Hello. Hello, it's me. Doug Beast Weevil, welcome on in. Hope you guys are having a good day today. I was gonna do art today, but as I was like trying to figure out what to do, I was like, I don't want to do art today. I also didn't really want to play games either, but I also want to play this, so yeah. Lydia got this for me. It cost her 2 cans of Coke. But I got it. I got the game. Thank you so much for the 3 streak. I was about to say well done. I don't know why. I don't know why. I want to eat everything. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Thank you, thank you. We ate like half of it. Not what was on the plate. I made like a bunch more, but like we ate like half the food there. I'm either gonna have. You know what? No, I'm actually gonna have it for. Do I have like the rest for like dinner? Yeah, I could do. I could do. Like we don't have enough to make like other types of food or anything. So yeah. Yeah, it was real good. And then turns out the cheesecake that I got wasn't for 8 people, it was for 10. I ate a quarter of it. I was just like, I want cheesecake. So I ate a quarter of it. It was delicious. It was good. I didn't take a picture of it though, unfortunately. I'll take a picture of the rest of it tonight when I have some more. I'm sorry if I sound ill, guys. It's really, really cold. It's really cold and it's bothering my lungs, so I'm just dying slowly. I have had the heating on, but it's still cold. The annoying thing is that it doesn't matter if I'm warm. It's whether the air is cold or not. And the air is cold, so I'm just suffering, you know, it's fine. We had leftover smoked turkey sandwiches for dinner last night. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. I didn't realize until I actually like unveiled the turkey yesterday after cooking it, by the way, because I didn't bother looking at the packaging. I was just like, oh yeah, turkey. It was actually wrapped in bacon, so yeah. But I actually have pictures. Hold on. I sent Stelly pictures of the criminals. Hold on. Please hold. Actually, no, Scurry was actually okay. So we have this criminal right here. This was Seppi trying to get the food. This was Seppi. Like he was trying to get everything. Like he managed to put a paw on the turkey. He got a paw on the turkey, but he didn't get any. So that was Seppi trying to get any sort of food off of the table. And then we have Scurry, who was being very, very polite. He's been very, very polite. She ate the turkey. We actually did give them some. Seppi wasn't too fussed. But this was la food. This was la food. It was so good. Unfortunately, I didn't time the gravy right. So as it was sitting on the dining table, it was just cooling down and just turning like not pourable. So it was a little bit like at the end, but by the time I actually managed to like pour it onto my plate, but like it was fine. But yeah, it was good. It was some good shit. We have so much food left and I'm gonna eat it so much tonight. So much. But yeah, that was yeah. I actually just realized that just the angry face of Scurry. That is her resting face, by the way. Like she always looks angry. Always looks angry and everything. It's I don't know whether it's adorable or not, but it is. But that's her angry. That's her resting. She could be like the happiest cat in the world, and she just looks angry. She's adorable. I love her so much. But yeah, that was what I had yesterday. Yeah. Right, Doug? That's literally Scurry. That's literally Scurry. You know what? No, Amazon. It didn't meet my expectations because it was tiny AF. Actually, does it actually tell me the size on the thingy? I ordered birthday, like, gift bags. I can't even look at it. Where is it? I ordered gift bags for a birthday, and they were tiny. They were tiny AF. I went into dispose of leftover food. No one local was doing anything, so I just had hot ham and cheese. Ooh. I am a human dustbin when it comes to food. I will eat it. Like, obviously within reason and stuff, within reason, I will eat it, but I will do it. I'll take one for the team and I will do it. Because I like food. I like food. But I actually made honey roasted carrots, and granted, there's a little bit too much honey. I made a little bit too much honey, but it was fine. But they came out good. They came out good. Maybe grab my dad and brother and go into a buffet. Ooh, a buffet sounds so good. That sounds so good. I think me and Lydia are staying in now. I know I'm going out for food on the 10th of January because my mom and Nana come to visit for my birthday. So we're gonna go and get where are we going? Frankie Manny's. So like Italian food, but like I don't know. I think yeah, like that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're doing that. I'm gonna get myself some books because I always do that when I go into the city. Is I go into Waterstones. I'm pretty sure they like. I'm always in there. I'm always in there. Yeah, I almost bought some books this morning, but unfortunately, freaking Waterstones has a 40% off, 50% off for the next couple of days, and it's really annoying because none of the books in there are books that I would buy. So I'm like, so it's not really a 50% off then, Waterstones. No, you're not catering to everybody. Me, you're not catering to me. And like the books that are on 50% that I would get, I've already got, and I'm like, why no? Why no? The rest of them are like, I wouldn't really call it a biography, I guess. And I'm like, I don't want to buy a biography. I don't want to know about someone else. I want to know about fake people. That's pretty much all it was. I was just like, no, I want my romantasy. That's all I want in life. That's all I want. Right? That's me. That is me. I'm like, that is not on sale then. Or when it's like, this gets me too. Like when there's like a Steam sale or something, and there's a game I really really want, and something for the sake of argument, it's like £50, but it's only got like £5 off. I'm like, well, it's not a sale then. That's not a sale. That is not a saving. is not good. No. I need to escape already. Exactly. Exactly. I don't want to know about real people. I don't want to know about their lives. I want to know how the enemies to lovers, how the enemies get to lovers. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. I want to know. I want to know what's going on in a world that doesn't exist. You know, I don't want to know about people. I don't want to know about people. No, I don't want that. Yeah, exactly. It has to be at least 20 £20 or more. £20 or more. However, if it's like under a tenner, I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. I actually like, I don't know whether anybody else has the game, but I was totally looking at, what is this? Oh, I got a card from opening the game. Project Zomboid. Like, that game has intrigued me. I do like those type of games. I don't play them very often. They're sort of like those type of games where they are I play them non-stop for like a month and then I don't touch them for like 6 months. I really want it, but it's I know it's not a lot. I know it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but it's like £11. And I'm like, not cheap enough. It's not cheap enough. And plus, I wouldn't even know who I want to play it with, you know? I don't know anybody who has it. That's a lie. That's a lie. I know 4 people who have it. Steam is telling me. But, like, you know what I mean? It's not cheap enough. It's not. I'm really stingy with games at the moment. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm so stingy. Because I'm just like, I want a deal. I want like a steal of a deal. That's what I want when it comes to games. Books, I have no qualms about paying like so much money. I will be like this morning, I pre-ordered Once Upon a Broken Heart as a collector's edition. I was like, ooh, fancy. So I was like, you know what? It doesn't come out until the end of the year. And end of next year. So I was like, you know what? I'll get it. Like, I don't care. I'm like, I want that. Like, books, I really don't care how much the book costs. But like games and like other things, I'm like, nah, that has to be like super cheap for me to get that now. So Hot on Where Winds Meet. I put my name on that piece of jade at the beginning, and that's as far as I got. Because for some reason at the time, my controller just would not connect to the PC. I don't know why. And I can't play with a keyboard. There was too many buttons for me to be able to play on a keyboard. Like, I think 14 is fine, because I don't actually have to press a lot of buttons. Like, I can literally go onto a hotbar at the bottom, and I can click my buttons. It's fine. Whereas Where Winds Meet, I was just like, I can't do that. I just can't do it. So I haven't given up. I'm probably gonna go back to it at some point when the mental bandwidth is working and stuff. But like, you know, I will get back to it. But that's as far as I got. The air is cold and I hate it. Do I close my door? Oh no, it begins. It begins. Moth. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate that they've got to cater to everybody, and most people will probably play that with a mouse and keyboard. And the fact that you can actually like customize it a bunch is a good thing. I just couldn't get my controller to work with it. Like, that was just in general. My controller just wouldn't connect to the PC, and I don't know why. It was really weird. So I was just like, I don't have the bandwidth to do this right now. So I didn't. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna be playing this today. I played Strange Horticulture like a few years ago. That one had multiple endings depending on what you did during the game. But I don't know about this one, but this one is the same sort of vibe. I have, so they didn't have this. They didn't have the automatic labeling in the past game, but I'm so glad that they've got it on this one. So yeah. There is colder and it's lovely. It was 42 Celsius yesterday, and today it's only 25. Oh, that's way better. That's way better than 42. Like 25 is still too hot, but like it's way better than 42. Yeah, no, the air is cold here. I might actually close my door a bit just to keep some of the heat in. Because that's the worst thing for me, is if the air is cold, then I'm breathing it. And I'm like, that's the bad thing. And plus, my inhaler ran out the other day, so yeah, that's fun. And I can't get one until the new year, unfortunately, because the doctors are closed. So I'm just like, God damn it. God damn it. My mom sent me a picture of a cat. And they're all just like cuddled up on the chair, which is really cute. Hold on, let me send a picture to my mom of my babies. The babies. 25 is nice, cool. Yeah, I can imagine too. Yeah, I believe that. 25 is too, like, honestly, to be fair, I think like anything above 15 in the UK is too hot. So like it's bearable for sure. And then I think as soon as it gets to like 21, then that's the point where you'd like, ugh. I don't think it helps. Like the temperature isn't that hot for sure, but like it's more so because it's humid, which is really annoying. So I'm just like, yeah. Thank you for the 3 streak. Thank you. Okay. Let's go in. Let's go. Oh, that scared me. I'm not reading this out, guys. I can't read. Oh no. Oh no. It's Jupiter! The child. Oh wait, the time is actually going. Hold on, guys. My mom's messaged me again. Oh, that's the guy who's left us the store for now. With some reluctance? What? Am I not good enough? You know, right, he's told me not to go into any locked drawers or cupboards, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go in them. Cool. Okay. Oh, we have more over here. Oh, these are locked. These are gonna be some sus stuff right here. Okay, we've got this up here, which is our dude. This is our dude. Obviously, we have the most important character in the game here. No problem, Doug. No problem. I already don't like you. Okay, you have a dog, so you know. I can pet the cat. My hunter's boon. Hunter's boon. Okay. I don't think it would be that. I've got a feeling. Is it? That looks like a tooth, so... I think that would be the hunter's boon. Hell yeah. Oh, Selenic totem. So the moon or the night? Nobody wants to think it's that, but also maybe not. That one already has a label to it, so... Shadowhold. Cal, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. We want this one. Okay. That honestly looks like this, so we'll go here. Okay, that is not right, obviously. What are we after? What are we after? See, this is the thing with this game, is that it'll give you like an obvious image and stuff, and that would have been it over here. But no, it was the same with the plants too. This is this, which is a bot. Wait. Yeah, I feel like some games they don't feel good with like everything. Like, which is annoying. Like Final Fantasy, I'm quite happy doing like being a clicker and stuff, and it makes sense to me. I'm gonna go with this. Hell yeah. But like where winds meet, I just cannot play with a mouse and keyboard. Oh, maybe that's it. Oh wait, no, that's not. It feels like it wants you to use a lot of buttons, at least occasionally, but often enough to maybe want a keybind. Yeah. Oh, that's an eyeball. Ew, I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I know a lot of people have made it so they just have to press one button and then it just goes through the whole like thing. I can't really comment on them, to be honest. Like, I can only really comment on like Bard and Scholar. The one thing I don't like is oh my god, what is it? Sage, because like the tooltips for each of the skills and stuff, they're mostly done. I don't know, from what I remember, that they're like, I was like, that just does not make sense to me at all, because like a lot of the skills as well are named after medical stuff, so I'm just there like, I am not remembering this. I need a simple stupid word to be like, oh okay, so that skill links to that one. Like Scholar is like super easy because I'm like, okay, I understand what that skill is and stuff. But yeah, that's my one gripe, I think. It's time because I realized long ago that the only way I won't be annoyed at position and fighting is and fight flow is if I'm in charge. You know, that's totally true. I totally get that. Okay. Oh, was that it? Oh, we got a little Ouija board or something there. Yo, what is that? What do you want, my dude? Oh, stickering. Okay. Okay. Unearthly hith. Okay. I'll stick ring. It could be that. It could also be this too. Those are the only two like ring shapes. Oh, it could also be this one too. Okay, there's nothing going on with that one. Ah, there we go. Moth. Zen, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. Like, well, I raid healed all of it in a DPS quest for questing. It was solo. And DPS for most of. Oh my god, my. Do I need to get a bark emote? Do I need to do that? Do I need to get a bark emote? No. Oh my god, it even floats up on screen now. God damn it. God damn it. Evocant. Okay. That is totally understandable, beast. I don't know, I can't help you. Voice of, Sununas, okay. Oh, nice beast, nice. Oh, that might be this thing here. That might be hit this. I can't see anything else that would... Hell yeah. I remember sort of... Ah, yeah, no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Spirit Eye, that's definitely got to be that. Oh, it follows my mouse. Oh, I hate that. I hate that when companies or whoever is hiring you gets you to do the job of like 3 people, but they only pay you for 1, and it's just like, dude, no. I mean, like, sure, that's what I'm doing as a self-employed person, but like, I did that to myself. That's my own fault. Whereas like, that's a company. No, you know. You freak me out. Okay, we can move the plants. Hey, no, we put this up here. With this. Oh, we've got this down here too. Hiring freeze because of some DEI fight with the government for state uni, so I'm pseudo promoted but didn't get the raise. That sucks. Oh, we can move these. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hey. We're finding some stuff out. We do have this. I'm not entirely sure what that is yet. Probably gotta put something in there. Oh, well, that doesn't help me. Ew, there's a spider in there. That's a puzzle, for sure. A moon. Oh, that changes the moon phase. I see. Okay. Oh. Oh, we gotta figure out where that goes because there's like 4 of them. Okay. Okay. Oh. What that? We have a map. Oh, this is like way bigger than the last one. Because like the last one, you had like a world map, I guess. There it is. Where's number 2? Where's number 2? There it is. There's Strange Horticulture, guys. That's where the other game was. Shift lead comes and helps with 20% also. Stay ahead of... Ah, that's fair. That's fair. At least someone's helping you though, Beast. We got another plant. We'll pop that there. We'll pop the plant there. Okay, I don't know what they are. That is a map. We'll pop these away. Oh no. Okay, so if it's anything like Strange Horticulture, we'll get clues to stuff. And we can help solve these. Run to the northwest. Hit me in the first building he came to. So if they hid... Wait, where's the... Is there a prison? Or jail or something? Number 10. Where's number 10? Number 10. Right, okay, so that's the jail there. We ran northwest. You're in the first building you came to, so it'd probably be number 8. Oh. We'll stick you up there. So is that... That wasn't it. So it might be... Is that a building right there? Yeah, if that's the jail there. Went northwest. It could be either this one or it could be this one. Okay, so it's not that. Oh, these class as well. Oh, I can't click on those ones. Oh no. So if they went northwest. Yeah, which is up here. So it'll either be, so it's not this one. It's not this one. I'm assuming they came from jail. Because they're a prisoner. Hmm. Kat, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. That was rude. No! No! Book. We can imbue things? What? Oh no, I gotta think, guys. I gotta think. Hello! Oh, we can put the shelf. What the? I really want to know where this is, because, like, yeah, no, if they went northwest, I'm assuming they came from the dungeon. Wait. From the dungeon? From the prison? From the jail? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. They ran northwest, so yeah, it would have been one of these buildings, but like... We did get something from here. That's west, so it's one of these. You know what? Whatever, you know? Horn shackle. Okay. I don't know what these ones, like, someone's gonna come in and ask for one of these. I'm gonna be like, I can't go in there. Streak with no pants. Be free. Okay, wasn't that one. This one also has horns. Oh, so maybe that one then. Hey. The item has horns. We have mail. Okay, so we can go over to the farm. All right then. Come to the farm and it's yours. Is there another farm? Oh, wait. Hit the first building, so maybe it's from me, maybe. Come to the farm. But the only farm is up here. There's going to be some ads, by the way, guys. I might go and get something to eat because I am hungry. I might just have a snack or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I will be right back, guys. Moth. Moth. I'm back. I'm back. It was. That was a good run. I think the highest we've got is level 19, I think. I'm not sure. But Cozy, Alistair, Broccoli, welcome on in. Hope you guys are having a good day today. Okay, we've got another person here. I wanna look at this again because it's bothering me. You mean the first? So I'm assuming that just first building is first building. You know what I mean? Like it's any building. So like I can click on these. So I'm assuming it's one of these. It's definitely from the jail. Northwest is here. Right, let's click on this one. Oh hey. Okay, so it's not necessarily a labeled building. What we get? That? Lovely. What is it? Okay. We can pop you up here. We have to pet Jupiter. I feel like that is a must. We have to do that. I can try. Nice, Epi. Hi. A moon heart. Oh no, my ear's fallen off. I feel it. As soon as the ear falls off of my headset, I'm like, I know it. I feel it. What does she want? A moon heart. My voice is going, oh no. How is leftovers, Doug? Sep, you can't have the biscuits. You can't have them, you pig. Where are you? Criminal. Seppi? Sep? Seppi? Oh my god, he's a little butthole. You're a butthole. Go away. We don't have a moon heart in our thingy. We gotta figure that out. Please don't make Seppi into the... No, I just have to show him my new ones. He's scared of them. Both of them are. Scurry attacked them yesterday. But welcome on in, Duxie. I hope you're having a good day today. Yeah, we don't have that, but maybe we do have it. What would a moon heart even do? That, I don't think would be it. Oh wait, this looks like a heart. I don't like how this makes me feel. Oh, don't say that. Would bring her some comfort, but then this doesn't make sense. This one doesn't make sense. You know, one way to find out probably is that one. Nope. Oh no, I'm going down into the evil. Oh no. Oh no. You have a growing fear? No, we can't do that. We can't do that now. It's not the ones that are labeled. I don't have it in my book. Wait, doesn't the Oh, okay, we've done that one. We don't need to worry about that one. Come to the farm, it's yours for the right price. Okay, like, that is the farm though. I don't think I've seen this game. Why is this game sounding something ominous about to happen? This is Strange Antiquities. So I did play it. I played Strange Horticulture a few years ago. And this is the second game that they've done. Pretty much all you have to do is like give people the correct thing to help them with their problem. Like right now I'm after a moon heart, but I don't have that in my book to tell me like any clues or anything, so I'm screwed. But yeah, no, if you get things wrong, you can't see it, but it's behind me down here. I have sort of like a, I don't know how to describe it. Hold on, let me hide myself. Is it this one? Yeah, you'll see it down in the bottom right. I'm going slowly towards fear, pretty much. Yeah. So basically, if I do that, I die. I literally scare myself to death. But like, I don't actually know what thingy I'm meant to be doing here. Oh, hey, I know these signs. Or at least some of them. A moon heart. Thing is, if I do one more wrong thing, I'm going to perish. Okay, that might not be it. I gotta get a vibe. I gotta get a vibe. I don't think that would be it. It's gotta have something with comfort, for sure. Oh, maybe that one. Loving emotion? Hey! I did it. I believe the more correct answers we do, that gauge does go down. Oh, can I just shove this up here? I can. Hey, yes. Yes. This one is bothering me because it's like, come to the farm and it's yours. I'm like, the only farm that is here is this. That's the only farm. Potion of Nian Yan? Okay, hold on, one sec. Nian Yan? We'll just pop that one in there for now. We'll pop this in here too. Oh, these are charms too. Okay, we don't have anything else. I mean, that one's supposed to copy past over using this voice. Oh, the Nian Yan voice? No. Stealing jewelry? Oh no. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's see if I have these in my book. Okay, so we got a binding seed. Okay, feelings of guilt and shame. Nah, that wouldn't be it. Oh my god, why do I have so many notifications on my phone? Oh, it's my mum. Sending me AI animals. Mom keeps sending me like messages being like, I need this cat, and it's like an AI like panda cat or something. Mom's like, no, it's real, and I'm just there like, is it though, Mom? Is it? And she's like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I'm like, I don't think so, Mom. I would assume that visually it would have some sort of like maze and then something in the middle. Nope. Yeah, you can't even enjoy animals, which is really annoying. That feels lighter. Okay, it wouldn't be that then. Nope. Oh, that sounds delightful. Okay, Azia. Which is the one that we've just picked up. Yeah. Okay, so that's the only one I have out of these two. Oh wait, what about you? Okay, not you. So I can either, if I had the other one, I could either make them feel fear and paranoia, or guilt. And this is one of those ones which will like determine some outcomes too. So I guess this one. Nope. Okay, not that one. Oh no, I'm in the red. I'm gonna die if I do another one. If I do another bad one. Oh no. Oh no. Any single material. Okay, so it has to be all one thing. Except wood or clay. Lydia's asleep. Lydia's not helping me. It has no symbols on it. Oh, you're made out of stone. Maybe this. Death! Oh god, what do I need to do? Oh no. Okay. Uh-oh. Alright, we wanna lock that one. I'm not doing well. Wait, we don't have a muff though. God damn it! What is going on? What is going on? Oh, did we already have them? Eh? Okay, I wanna lock that one. I wanna also lock that one. God damn. Okay, so I don't die. I'll just go mad. I do not understand that game at all because I'm pretty sure I didn't have 4 dice that match that one. I don't know what you want though. Oh, I can have a hint. There's a hint at the top. You know, I know that. Of two distinct materials. Ew. Okay, that's not it. Iron and glass. Okay. Oh, that's the binding seed. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna just make that person feel super guilty. Did he perish? Don't talk about eyes. Eyes freak me out. I don't like them. A libula? What on earth is one of them? Do I have one of them? Wisdom. I've been watched. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much. That one potentially? Wait, what about you? All right. It's annoying because like the farm is the only place like I've got to get something from there. But like I got a plant from there. I got something from there. Like apparently he has something, but he doesn't at the same time, which is really annoying. Book of Symbols. What's this guy after? Oh wait, what is this, to be fair? Wisdom. There is a little piece of UI over that. That's so annoying. Okay, we need wisdom, which is this. So am I just looking for something with this on it? Oh, that has that. That's a moon and... Okay. Okay, we've got a moon. Potentially winter? Is there a square? Or it could mean deception. And we just need a line down the middle, maybe. Oh, a moon and a witch sign. Okay, so I'm still looking for... Oh, it is that one. It is this one. It has that sign on it. Nice. Maybe I have to go the next day for that thing. Still a couple of items in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. Sang, welcome on in. No, that's okay. Never worry if people are late or anything. You know, it's totally fine. I'm gonna be here for a while, so it's cool. I can imagine people are probably going for like Black Friday? No, Boxing Day sales, right? Oh. Okay. We'll pop you here. Pop you there next to the freaky hand. Pop you up there. Hope you're having a good day though, Sang. Moth. Oh, well, that looks like a map. Moth. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can go to the farm again. Give me the stuff! Is there another farm? Come to the farm and see... Okay. John? Where is there another farm that I just don't know about? Like, this is the only farm. I don't want to Google it. I feel like I should just be able to, like, you know, figure it out, you know? God damn it. Nope. Oh, he's the crow guy? Okay. Okay, I'm assuming we've got to weigh it. Should not stray more than a hair from precisely 1 pound. Stone items. Okay, so that one's not it. That one's not it. That one's not it. Are you stone? No, you're bronze. Okay, you're free. Be free. What about you? Nope. You're bronze. Hey, you are the same. Oh yeah. Shield charm. Wait. Okay, we've got this. We've got this here. Let's see if there's anything that has that on it. That one doesn't. That does.
Cat.
Squid, welcome on in. And it also has that on it too. It's protection, but it is also insanity too. So that's not good. But it's the only one I have that has that symbol on it. Crap cat. I will do that after the ad, Squid. They're gonna be going off in like 2 minutes, so I will do that after the ads and stuff. Oh, you have it too. Oh my god. That would haunt me for the rest of my days. Yes, delicious, delicious ads. Have you had a mafia? I did. We have some leftovers. I'm probably gonna have them for my dinner later tonight. I got a bunch of Temu stuff off my mum. We all know how I feel about that. I'm just there like, oh no. Oh no. So many leftovers. Okay, there's gonna be some ads, guys. I am gonna let them run. I will be right back. I'm back, guys. Seppi literally just came to me with the sleepiest eyes. He has just woken up and he wanted a snuggle, and then he's left me. He's gone. He's just been like, I've got what I came for. I'm off. Bye. Show me. Old shed, all overgrown and ivy. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Oh, hey, she's in the other one. Being biscuited, I am. I thought that was a question. Headbutt at the same time. Amazing. Seppi will only make biscuits on me when I'm reading. Wait, what am I after? A Vesiger. We use to prevent the spread of disease and pestilence. Flames burn pale. Burn pale. Do we have fire? Yo. That's not you. Wait. Disease. Moth. 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 On screen, moth triggering on moth emotes is my favorite thing. Okay. It looks like I don't have anything that is doing that. Oh, hey. There we go. You can also use any of the moth emotes as well, Sang. From BTTV. Moth. Moth. It's amazing. Not that one though. Not that one. A child. This guy is annoying me because I'm like, part of me wants to actually Google this one because I'm pretty sure I've got to go to the farm up here. This is the only farm. Unless there's a different type of farm that I'm missing. Oh, sorry, Squid. I actually forgot to do the thingy for you too. There we go. It is. It is. Wait. Wait. Boo. I didn't do it. I can touch my ears though. I just can't touch the fat cat. It does, but it does jiggle. It does jiggle. It does need squish physics. Oh, there's a farm too. Oh, wait. Royston. Jesus. Oh my god, there was another farm down here. Oh my god. Here I am, being like, I'm gonna Google this because I can't figure it out. A quo. Or a raven. Although the ravens seem to be not great in this game, to be fair. Stretch and hydrate, I will do that. I'm gonna eat some chocolate too because I want to eat everything in sight, but nothing that's good for me. You know what I mean? Does anybody else get that? What's it called, Toxicite? What's it called? I have so much chocolate. My mom got us so many, like, nice things. Gluttony. I don't care if that's what it's called. I'll take it. I'll do it. Yum, 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 yum. Might even be healthy in small doses. I mean, a whole bar. As in, like, you can get like a slab of it. That's the only way I can think to call it. Yeah, it's one of them. I ate about a third yesterday. My sins are wrath, pride, gluttony, sloth. In that order. Don't you get that? Yeah, time to eat everything in the sight anyway. Exactly. Like, my mom got us a bunch of Haribo. I got a load of Lindt chocolate too. Some dime, what, however you pronounce that one. I got a bunch of biscuits too. She did get us Pringles, but they went literally like straight away. They were gone. They were gone as soon as my mom left the house. They were just eaten. Do I need to be remembering this? Because I can't remember the first two. Oh, but I can read them though. Yeah, no, they don't. See, once I open them, they'll last me a couple of days. Because I just can't, I can't sit, I have to eat like different snacks if I'm gonna be eating anything. So they last me like a day or two. Kirkhead Tower. Remember that, guys. Kirkhead Tower. I think that's on the island. Okay. Chocolates that enter my front door have at most a day lifespan before they get eaten. Oh yeah, yeah, like with me, I have to put them somewhere where I don't usually go, which is probably one of the cupboards in my kitchen, because one, I can't see things on there. I can't see things on that cupboard. And two, yeah. Right now they're all in Lydia's office and I don't go in there often, so I am, yeah. Let's go freeze tower. Freeze tower. Right, there's a lock house there. Exactly, exactly. I am tiny. I'm 5'2". I am small. I was very behind lock and key. Okay, so it's gonna be here. We found out that in their new house, my brother has gotten a 2-step store just so he can reach the candy stashes. Wow. I'm really small. I'm tiny. Been wondering for years where's Esso gets all the snacks from. This is about. Aw, that's so mean though. Everybody's short in the Philippines? I was born in the wrong place. Born in the wrong place, guys. Like, honestly, everybody is taller than me. Like, don't get me wrong, there's short people here in Wales, but like, most of the time it's usually like old people who are my height, you know. 5'7", that's big. That's tall. I have to go to Lydia. I have to go to her. I'm like, Puggy can't reach. It's like literally the way I try and reach the things is like, you know when like you've got like literally a pug trying to get on the sofa to get a treat or something. Like that's how I am. So I'm like, Puggy can't reach, and then Lydia has to come and get the thing for me. I'm tiny. I can't reach anything. Like, in all of my cupboards in the kitchen, they have three shelves to them. Nothing is on the top shelf because I can't reach anything. I can't. I can't do it, guys. Yeah, it's me. I'm really small. Are we literally grave robbing right now? We just robbed the grave of a horse. Got a 2-step stool. Have her rich stuff in the kitchen so she doesn't have to keep calling me to put stuff. Where's the light oxide? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, he did say he was gonna come back. Oh, my bad, guys. You're probably gonna see the magnifying glass flash up while my VTuber changes back. Ooh. Ooh. I am not a good person. Oh no. Okay. Oh! She's the one who's been stealing the jewelry from people. Would you have to manage my inner demons? You shouldn't be stealing. You shouldn't be stealing people's jewelry. Because this is what happened in the last game, right? You would give like a tonic or whatever it would be to someone who's like dealing with some ailment, and then they'll come back, like that actual person who received the thing would come to you and be like, hey, this has been made worse, what do you have for it? And you can continue to make it worse if you want. Oh wait, what's she after? Help me banish my inner demons. You know what? I honestly, I don't know. swear to God, if someone comes to me and is like, I need to levitate, my dude. Give me something to make me levitate. That'd be funny. Don't like that. I've forgotten what she wants. Banish inner demons. Oh, that might be what that other thing is that has the insanity rune in the middle. Maybe it doesn't protect them and make them insane. It does protect them from insanity, maybe. Exactly. Like, that's a thing too. You know what? The Fae haven't come for us yet, guys. Even though there was a white stag that was seen in Scotland, they haven't. You know, I'm ready for them to take us. I'm ready. We know what happens in the Fae realm, guys. We know. We know what happens. Okay, we don't need that one. No. We want the Fae to take us. We want the Fae to take us. Could it be a spirit eye? Yeah, what, being taken out by a nuke or the Fae? Personally, I'd prefer the Fae. Don't you want to be taken by a, like, a super hot Fae guy, Toxicite, that's like 500 years old? Do you not want that? Do you not want Shadow Daddy Fae to come and take you? Do you not want that? No, well, people say they do. They can't lie though, so... I mean, you could ask them, right? do you torture your captives? Yes or no? They can't lie, they can't lie. What do you want? Help me banish my... Oh, I'm gonna use a hint. I don't care. Bring about change. Oh. Oh, we have that, and we have a Lamula. Speaking of which, after encountering Alliance for the first time yesterday, my thought was, what's the art they for community done to her? I know a lot of people put her in 2B's outfit. I know that much. I haven't done that. I have the ability to, but I haven't. That was in-game though. Yeah, that's just in-game. Hold on, guys. I have cat litter in my flipper and it's really annoying me. I love my cats, but Scorry like launches cat litter everywhere. Okay, so that is the ability to overcome personal demons. What do we give them? Whoops, wrong one. I'll take 20. It is. It's really, really chill. It's a really, really chill game. Strange Horticulture is also the same. And there's like a story going on in the background too. Which is nice. But like you can also determine the fates of people, I guess you could call it. Like with that person who just came in beforehand, we gave her the binding seed, which we could either give her something where when she stole the jewelry that she was stealing, she would become overcome with fear, or like this was the only one we had. So this one, we just gave her like a bunch of guilt for it. But then it could be that the person who gave her that pendant could come back and be like, hey, it's not enough, I need something more. Or like this time that person came in and was just like, hey, I don't feel right, maybe you could give me something that would help with that. But really it's the pendant that she's wearing. So I don't think the pendant that I've just given her is gonna work, to be fair. A sleep vessel. Yeah, there's like a bunch of layers and everything. The one cool thing about the last one though is like it was a world map rather than just the town that you live in, because it's set in the same town, in Undermere, and there was some really nice like puzzles and stuff where you had to be like figure out, I'm just gonna make one up, but it was just like, from this river go 3 steps north and then 5 steps west, and that's where you'll find whatever, you know. It'd be really cool. It's really cool stuff. It's really fun. What are we at here? What are we doing? Okay, so it's gonna have runes on it. Okay, so that's Mentic. Oh wait, no, we've got this one, this one, this one. Oh no, there's a bunch of them. What were the other ones? Sage, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. Noctic, Dianic, Wixic, and Ment. Oh my god, they're all them. It's all of them. What? What? That gives me nothing. Okay, so I've got to look for ones with just any one of these on it, I'm assuming. Need some background noise so I can clean up my room. Or is that called body doubling? Do it! Do it! It's literally just me. Just me going, what? What does this mean? What do you have? You don't have what I want. You go away. Go away. Thank you so much for the follow, Sage. Okay, so this one protects someone from insanity, so that one's not it. What about you? I don't think you have anything either. I want to know what these are. I'm gonna be real. No problem, Sang. Go do what you need to do. Oh, I totally get that, Sage. I totally get that. Okay, you don't have what I want. What I really, really want. What about you? Wait, what's this? No, that closes the book. You have a kitten? Oh boy, I freaking love cats. I freaking love cats. Mine literally, like, Scurry! I don't know where Scary is. She's probably in like the igloo or something. But oh wait, no, she might be on her heated blanket downstairs. Steppy just came in like 20 minutes ago. Still looking like he'd just woken up for like he likes his scruff rubbed. He just loves it. He like, you know how you just grab a cat's scruff? He loves that. Don't know why. He's a little freak. So he came in for that. Vinegar. Okay. So this here is vinegar. Those are my babies, my children. I think that's vinegar. They are. They're my babies. You don't have what I need, I don't think. Oh yeah, Steppy looks like a cow. Scurry only has a black tail and the black that you can see on her head. That's literally, oh, she has like a white, a black spot on her, one of her back legs, but that's it. She's like mostly white. Six points. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 points on here. However, that... Mind you, the darkness just could be the nightmares. But then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On here as well. Anything else that has 6 points? One, two, three, four, five. That's definitely the insanity one though. The protection against insanity. So, is your pets channel? It should be in the forums. We've got the communal space. Just underneath like stream discussions and community timeline. If you go in there, there is a pets and animals channel. Mostly everything in the Discord is in a forum, so people don't get bothered by notifications that they don't want. I can always tag you in the channel though if you can't find it. Because they're not pure white with blue eyes. Zagenome can make them susceptible to deafness. Like, yeah, they do. There you go. It should grab you. Yeah, white cats can get that, yeah. I don't know why it's just white cats, it's odd. I need to mark that as unread. The baby! Look at them! The baby! Oh, they're so cute. The little baby. They're so tiny. Look at those paws. Look at them. They're so cute. I just want them. I just want them. So much. I love them. The babies. I just wanna, you know. Love cats. I love them. They're babies. I love them so much. Okay, I'm gonna pop this in. Nope, okay. This one? Oh, it's that one, okay. Oh, the baby. I love that. I love that. Seppi likes to be held like a baby when I'm at my PC. He is a baby. He's baby. Scurry just doesn't like being picked up, but she will be. Oh no, not the post-poop zoomies. I have not been listening to you. Isn't Silent Breath a plant? Sense danger before it arrives. What? Who knows? Honestly, I don't blame Scurry because Seppi literally like perches on top of the cupboard outside of my bathroom where their litter is, and when she comes out, he pounces. He literally dive bombs her. I do not blame her for like trying to run away. Is there a symbol that means danger? Foresight? Maybe that could be something. Need an eyeball. Yeah, maybe foresight. That maybe? It's not really that shape though. You have another pet? Please. Show pet. Show the baby. The big baby. Look at them. They're so cute. They're so cute. I love them. I love them. I love animals. Animals. I love them words. I forgot what I'm after. Okay, so we're gonna look for something with a freaking eyeball on it, maybe, potentially. Like, that's an eye, but it's not what we want. The content flop, yeah. I'm a white stag. That potentially? But I think that's wood. So that wouldn't be it. And that's clay, so that definitely wouldn't. Oh, literally that. Okay. I looked at that. I was like, that ain't right. Both are 2 months apart in age. Dog is 5 months. No, almost 6. And Cat is 3 months. They are babies. They are. Earlier, what did I say? If someone comes in here and asks me they want to levitate. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's amazing. The time vary, but they may point to some facet of flight. Feather or wings of a bird. Or an insect. I mean, there's the bat right there that can fly. A feather or wings of a bird. Or, like, I might be taking that a little bit too literal. And we also do have this one. But that's that though. That's also iron. That's slate. Oh, that could be for the hard of hearing one that I saw. Could have that on it. I don't think it necessarily needs to be. I don't think I have anything like that. This I don't think, even though it's floating. Because that doesn't really match the description in here. Oh, it was that. It was that crow thing. There's going to be some ads in like 5 minutes, guys, but I need to go and feed the children. So I'm going to go and do that. I'm going to take a little bit of a longer break. I will be right back. return. It is me. I have a packet of Haribo. Oh no.
Moth. Moth.
Oh god.
Moth. 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 Moth.
Yeah. Oh, was that it? Ooh, fancy. Wait, where's Gleeston Castle? Eh?
Moth.
Spooky! Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. Okay, Gleeston Castle is away from here. Walk past the main staircase and turn left. I'm assuming this is it. Main staircase and turn left. And go through the door to the left. Oh, I'm assuming it's this one. There's a small plinth in the corner of that room. What? Oh, this is upstairs. Okay. Walk past the main staircase and turn left. Follow the corridor down to the end. And go through the door on the left. Oh. So it'll be this room here. There's a small plinth in the corner of that room. An item armor that you're welcome to. I never did like it anyway. Oh. Yeah, me, I'm back. I'm back. Hello. Okay, cool. Gemstones. Oh, wait. We've got a couple of things for gemstones. I don't think we need this anymore. Name sounds racine. Wait, what? What? What's that mean? What? Oh, Russian descent. Oh, do you want to know why? So, like, the Katerina part is from my VTuber name, Katteru, but the last name, if you ever watched the Vampire Diaries, there's a character in there called Katerina Petrova. That's where I got the last name from. I've just changed it slightly. That is legit. And she comes from around that area of the world, I believe. I want to say, hold on, let me Google it. I want to say like no, hungry doesn't make sense. Or at least her name's Catherine when it gets to the actual thingy. Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from? Bulgaria. Petrova, there we go. Katerina Petrova. She comes from Bulgaria. Yeah, that's where I got inspired by from that one. The Katharina part is from my VTuber name. Yeah, exactly. That's a bit weird. Exactly, Doug. Exactly. That's the real reason. That's the real reason. Oh, I gotta find that. Okay. That looks like a building. Oh wait, no, it's a hole. It's a hole. It's a hole. No. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's my goal in life. My goal in life is to get like a full-on oil painting of myself so it can be passed down to my descendants and they're just like, oh, who was that? Oh, it's just a VTuber. Like, that was your ancestor. Great. Mish, welcome on in. Nice, you're finally back home.
Moth.
Sorry guys, I'm eating an egg.
Moth.
And maybe... Oh, there's another egg. And a gummy bear. It is a lot of greats. Could you imagine my descendants? Yes. Looking upon a portrait of me, and then they're just like, oh, what did they do? Why they got a portrait of themselves? Oh, they were just a VTuber. That was it. Right. I've done no good deed. No good deed to warrant me having a portrait of myself in my house. I'm just a VTuber. Need kids for that though. I have my cats. They'll pass on my legacy, surely. Right? Ooh. Male. Exactly, they achieve the highest merit of man. Become a cat girl. No! I don't want to be known for that. I don't want to be known for the swamp smut. No! No! I have no idea what you've just told me. has been distracted by swamp smut. You have writing to do? I actually did some. I'm like this is what's really annoying, and it happens with my emotes too, right? So over time I find different ways of doing things, hence why if I do a big batch of emotes, I like to do them all in one go, because if I do them over a long period, my style will end up changing over like the course of me doing them. And it's happened with my writing. I'm editing my second book right now, and I'm there like I have done something like that I really like in the other books that I've written that I'm going to be editing afterwards. It's annoying. It's annoying. Yeah, who wrote this? But yeah, I'm just like, you know. But the thing is, Dragon Cry is already out, so I can't really change it. So I'm trying to keep the other two books relatively similar to Dragon Cry, as much as I can, if that makes sense. So I will my other books will probably be a lot different, you know. I have no idea. I did not read any of that. I'm gonna be real. The triangle has intrigued me ever since I first heard about this triangle. Okay, the exact center, and there's a small clearing there. Okay. And he's just signed it from his dog too. Oh no, there's a crime. There's a crime going on, guys. Okay, a triangle. And there's a clearing in the center of it. Would it be this? Could be the church. Could also be Jacob's Folly too. Triangle. Heathwood, there's a triangle. My old job at boss's office was upstairs, and I had the large ground floor office I shared with his assistant. Also, the 10-foot tall portrait of himself in our... You know what? That's a power move. I feel like that's a power move. Just have a giant, like, 10-foot portrait of themselves. That's a power move. I should do it. Should I do it? should I do some art of myself? So you guys can buy giant ass prints to put in your homes. Have it but refuse to ever talk about it, right? I shouldn't I, Squid? I should, like, you guys could have a print of me, like a 10-foot portrait of, like, my VTuber and stuff. Like, people will be like, oh, who's that? You'd be like, ancestor. Squid, you assume both, like, either of us leave this house? You know what, Sang? You know what? Cherish it. Like, why would you have a portrait of your, like a 10-foot portrait of your, did he win that? Was it required of his job? Did he lose a bet? Yeah, that's what I should do is good. Right, Gus, what do you want? Right of the Red Knives? Eh? Why you scream, Tiny? Orford Spire? What on earth? That's a bit grim. That's a bit grim. Vitality and clarity of thought. He was painted by a very well-known painter and was a finalist for the Archibald Prize. Oh, I see, I see. I wouldn't know what to do with that. Like, if someone came to me and was like, hey, can I paint you for this, like, thing? I would like, sure, I guess. I forgot what I was looking for. It is vitality. Oh, okay, so that one in the weird, like, crow hand is a bloodstone. Oh no, that's a crime. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. One sec. I don't actually know what Scurry was burying. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. Lovely. Okay, there's nothing in here for vitality. See, the thing is, it doesn't look like this. That's the thing. Oh, wait. Why does it have an X on it? Oh, wait. What about that? Because in that, there's two pointy things. And this looks like it's blood, so... I don't know, are you cooked? Okay. Guys of Lillian. I'm assuming it would be this, right? But then that's like death and decay, so I don't think it would be that, right? So I don't have anything that looks like bone. Oh wait, no, it's not that because that one's already got a name. That's the only bone thing that I have. That's bronze. Okay, no, it's not that. fossil in it. Oh, this. It is! It's my child. Apparently there's a mod author for 14 called 1000 Butts. You know what? Why not? Why not? I feel like, as an artist myself, I feel like I need to help her. So, Ares Remnant, what does that do? Okay, we could have that one. So that is... Gemstone is like that. Do I have anything like that? That could be that one here. Dark purple gemstone. One, two, three. That'll be that one. We have a spirit eye too. What does that do? Yeah, that's the one I want, right? They mostly do face mods, but they don't do ass mods. I think they're missing something there. Ariel, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today.
Moth. Moth.
You gonna buy it? Yeah, Lydia got it me. It cost me a whole can of Cokes. Two cans of Coke. There we go. It's really fun so far. If you played the first one, Strange Horticulture, it's very much like that.
Moth.
3 more people, but are they dead though? I don't think so, because the doctor said that she was trying to wake up the dude. Demons. There's fog? Oh yeah, there is. There's fog outside. My sister said it was boring. She just jealous of my pets. Right? I love strange horticulture. It was real fun. Sunbond. Eh? Non-precious metal of some kind and housing a gemstone of light. So it'll have a yellow-orange. Yeah, that's bronze. Got a feeling it would be a thingy with just the one gem. So it wouldn't be this one. I mean, we can have a look. A green and a turquoise gemstone. Okay, so it's not that one. It's not, okay, so it is this orange one. Oh, it might be one of these actually. Does it have anything else on it? Okay, maybe it's that one. E. I don't think I can bend my ear. Collagen Grim. Okay. That, all because of this part here with the horns. I believe it's this. Plus, that is also mentioning death, which is what that gem is. Okay. Why'd you go and look for a casket? Why would you look for one of them? That ain't right. If you got the heebie-jeebies from a casket, you leave that. you leave that where it is. Okay, there's stairs. Okay. Okay, so up the stairs. So I'm assuming up this way. Left, then left again. That wouldn't make sense. God damn it. Up the stairs. So this is another set of stairs. So up the stairs. Considering that these stairs are straight, I'm assuming, like, because these stairs here, they curve at the top. Plus these towers also curve, so I'm just assuming this one is the only straight pair of set of stairs. Whoops. Yep, set of stairs. I got there in the end. I got there in the end. Up the stairs. Then left. Then left again. Second on the right. Where I spend each night. There we go. A pair of stairs. Mm-hmm. Fingies! It's Elden Ring. Right? Am I wrong? No problem. I will help a writer. The two fingies. Mm-hmm. The two fingies. You know what? I didn't even look at what I needed. St. John's Anvil. Snake Man, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. I'm doing pretty okay so far. Okay, that's not what we're after. We could potentially have one with a purple stone. Okay. Oh no. Rhymes. One sec, guys. I'm back. I have removed the stinky crime. I can only assume that it's something with a plant because it looks the same as the St. John's Poppy. Oh my god. Oh, I can give you plants. something that has the St. John's poppy in its design. What? What? The only thing that's jumping out of me with that is this one. But it doesn't match. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Wait, maybe it's this one. Oh, there's gonna be some ads in like 5 minutes, by the way, guys. Planetary metal associated with the selenic. Okay. Okay. No problem, Doug. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have some good EPs. Okay, so it has a moon in it and it's silver. Okay, that's silver. Okay, so it would be that one there. Okay. She's acting like reading for that long is a bad thing. You know what I mean? She's like I'm like the worst person for her to come to, be like, I can't stop reading. What you doing? Okay then. Looks like purifier. If the cat needs a nap, you just gotta let him, you know? Pale yellow. I mean, this has vinegar in it. There isn't anything with a yellow gem in it on its own. I have. There's 3 of them. The shop has hidden depth. Oh, the ads. The ads, guys. Hold on. I'll be right back. my turn. It is me. Okay, so we've got to put a horn shackle there, avocant, and then I moon something. Moonstone Guardian. Maybe that. Evocant. Oh, we have one of them somewhere. And we need to put one here, which I don't have that in my book. Horn shackle. I don't have one of them in my book. Oh no, yeah I do. That's a lie. Maybe they don't go in that order. One second, guys. Unless that's not it. Oh, that's creepy. Pain in his left eye. That guy who had an eye patch on, that was his left eye, and he said that it hurt. Why am I being put in jail? I haven't done anything. Right in the tower points the way. Heard him on the trees. Okay, there's Gelfried's tower there. I don't think there is any other towers. But if we're going with the direction that the thingy's pointing, then that wouldn't make sense because it's going that way unless... That was just a guess. I'm gonna be real. Ooh, do you have any books in mind? I have, not including the one that I'm reading right now, I have 2 more books that I want to read this year. I don't think I'll be able to finish them though. I think I'll be able to finish like maybe one or start one of them, I think. So, so I'm about halfway through this one. One of them is the second in a duology, and one of them's a standalone. I don't really know which one to read first, to be honest. One's dragons and one's vampires. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Anything by Natasha Bowen, N.K. Jemisin, or Tomi Adeyemi. Let's see sci-fi. Ooh, nice. The Northern Tip. Second from the left in a row of 4. Alright then, but not enough to buy them. Also one smooth. That's fair. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I totally get that. Like, I like if I buy if I want to get a series, I usually buy like the first book in the series to see if I like it first. And then if I do, then I'll most likely buy like the rest of them if they're out. That's what I did with Akata. But everyone was like, "Oh, you should read Powerless. It's so good." I read it and I was just like, it's the Hunger Games, but with magic. Like, it really was. It really was. So I was just like, this wasn't as good as people hyped it up to be. So I haven't gotten those books yet. Like, I want to read the other ones that are in that series, but I'm not in any rush to go off and buy them. I am actually really annoyed, though, that I've got Once Upon a Broken Heart, and the one that I've got, they don't sell it anymore. Like, I think it's just been discontinued because I think it got picked up by a different publisher, and I don't know whether the second and third one are in the same boat either, because like I can't find any editions that aren't being sold on Waterstones, because usually they have them on there, they just don't, you just can't buy them. So I'm like, I don't know. But from what I can see, they're all like, obviously the story's going to be the same anyway. It's just like if the covers don't match, then it bothers me. I'm trying to avoid spending money because I want to finish replacing PC parts. I don't think my sister can afford any parts, so I'm replacing my PC and giving her. Ah, I see. No, that makes sense. Honestly, libraries are like the best in that sense, though. You know. I would totally go to the library more, but most of the time, like, I like owning my books. To be fair though, I got a bunch. Oh wait, did I actually update that? I don't think I did. Hold on guys. It's gonna bother me otherwise. Okay, I didn't add those. Need to leave my house to avoid feeling like a chicken in a coop. Barcelona is a 20-minute drive. To be fair, 20 minutes isn't bad though. I need to sort my old PC out, to be fair. Like, we use it in our living room to watch like Netflix and YouTube and stuff downstairs. But it is so slow. It takes like half an hour for it to like load up. So if we want to watch like something while we're eating dinner or something, we have to turn it on like just before I'm starting to make dinner and stuff. That's fair. I haven't driven in just over 12 years. I haven't touched a car. And like, no, I think I've touched one once, and that was like really close to when I passed my driving test. And I had to go and pick my mum up from the hospital. And my dad wasn't in the country, so he couldn't do it. My brother wasn't old enough to drive. Or at least, no, he was old enough to drive, he just hadn't got his license yet. So he was having lessons and stuff. And while I was driving, oh my god, I cannot drive with my brother. I had music on, and he was like, can't have that, it's a distraction. I'm like, god damn it. And then when I was, I don't know, I had my foot down on the clutch and whatever. And he was just like, you need to press harder on it. You need to do this and you need to do that. I'm like, I swear to God, if you backseat drive me, I will make you walk home. I swear to God. I hate it. I hate driving with my brother in the car. And that was just one instance, like 10 years ago. And never again. Never again. I hate it. I opened to the voice. What on earth? Okay, we don't have anything like that. True, spooky. True. Yeah, we're opening to the voice. No, oh my god, I didn't see that. I didn't see that at the end of the sentence, god damn it. Oh my god, it comes up on my stream now. It's in the chat. Oh my god. God damn it. God damn it. I didn't think about this. I was just like, oh hey, look, and made me this. Let's go use it. I didn't think of the consequences my actions would bring. Oh my god, I got so many yawns in me. So many yawns. I'm not going to bed. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon. I mean, I know I go to bed early, but I'm not going to bed that early. The voice. What on earth does the voice mean? I mean, I can come back here. It's fine. You're right there, you're rhyming an awful lot there, my dude. Oh, he wants to get some. That's what this guy was. He wants to get some. In his non-human form, they are heavier than they look due to the core of lead hidden. Okay. Sooninos? Don't we have something like that? Wait, isn't there a book actually? There's part of it. Oh, Voice of Sooninos. Okay, we have this one. Which is this ring up here. So we can use that in a sec. In its non-human form. Which I'm assuming is like a deer of some sort. Like this. Hey. Oh, I didn't mean to leave. Oopies, my bad. Whoops. Cat. Cat. We got ourselves a meow meow there, guys. Meow meow. No, I am not. Warm and tingly to the touch while it's raining. Okay, so it's raining outside. And it could be made out of wood, or it could be made out of planetary metals. Oh, there's buttons on this. Oh. Right? Hey. Book on curses? Hell yeah, let's go. Ooh. I forgot what I was looking for. I'm gonna be real. The librarian. You gotta look out for them, guys. You gotta watch out for the librarians. Wood. It can be made out of the planetary metals. But warm and tingly to the touch. Wait. Have you seen the way they do their data entry? What? Librarians? No, I haven't. Have you seen how much librarians actually get paid? Like here in the UK, they get paid like 50,000 a year. It's probably not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but like it's way more than like some jobs, you know? So much. You better watch out. You better watch out. Right? That was when like we looked it up on stream once. Yeah, and they get paid like a bunch. That was like maybe a year or so ago. So it might have changed by now, but yeah, that was the general gist. Like it was so much money. My god, welcome on in everybody. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was Hades? How was Hades? Hold on, I can't speak when I'm talking.
Ding dong, peasant.
Oh my god. Well, welcome on in, Janie. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, everybody. For anybody who is new here, oh my god, it begins. I am Katteru the Sue. I'm a necromancer here on Twitch. We usually do art during the week, but we've been playing games most of this week, and we're playing Strange Antiquities today. We're solving a mystery, or at least people are telling us about a mystery, and we're just like, ooh. I can't speak when I'm talking either. No, I can't. I can't do it.
Moth.
Oh wait, guys, it's gonna be like the end of the year for me to see how many malfunctions I've had.
Moth.
Oh my god, it begins.
Moth.
It begins.
Moth. 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 Moth.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Red.
Moth. Moth. Moth.
This, it keeps happening all the time.
Moth.
Chris gets chosen one, and I get chicken.
Moth.
We just have to wait it out. But if you do need to raid a run no run, that is totally cool. That is totally cool. And anybody from the raid, if people want to let, that is totally cool. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ooh, this is warm and smooth. Maybe it's the cat we need to give him. Anyway. It's a Chocobo song, everybody. It is, yeah. No, that is totally okay. That's totally fine, Ren. That is totally fine. That might be it. Nope. Okay, it's not the cat. I am thinking it's... I am.
Moth.
No, I don't want more.
Moth.
I didn't say that.
Moth. Moth. Moth.
Gold or silver?
Moth. 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 Moth.
Oh, you're warm. Okay, not bad. Oh god. It is too much power. I give you guys way too much power in this stream. Oh, what about this? Oh, warm and vibrating with energy. Tingly. Exactly, Toxicite, exactly. Okay, so this is the alcove key. So we've got the horn shackle, which is here. Got the evercant. And we've got moon something, which could potentially be this one. I'm not sure. Wait, is there anything that mentions a moon outside of that statue? I've got moon heart. Select totem. Where that? So you sort of thought about it. Hey. Oh. Ooh. I'll take them. Oh, we can take these. I didn't know we could take the candles. I don't know what these are. I'm gonna be real. Okay, that's 3 of them. I need another one. There's another one somewhere. So much thought was put into that decision. Read them face smut. That always makes me feel better. Maybe that will wake them up. That always makes me feel better. Face smut. Exactly how it sounds. Face smut. Exactly that. Face smut. Mm-hmm. I cannot use it in a sentence, no. Twitch will come after me. Restful method. Oh, is it one of these ones? Okay, that one's got three thingies. Okay, so we either have this one here. Oh wait, no, it would be that one. Yes. Or witch's finger, which I think is the 2 fingies over here. Schrodinger's face smut, simultaneously the best way to stay awake and the best way to get to sleep, and neither of the two dependent on the application. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so I could potentially give her these fingies here. it's definitely gonna hurt them, but it could like purify them of whatever's going on, but it could also kill them. Whereas this one is they drink it, but it puts them in a meditative state, but then it does promote clarity of thought. My brain thinks of face like green eggs and ham. That's at the start. That's at the start of the books, Toxicite, and then eventually it changed to I will. That's how all my books start. I won't do that. Yes, I will. Right, like near the end. No, you cannot get your fingies there. No. No, you can't. Disgrace. Disgrace on your family, Spooky. Oh no. You don't understand how much of a meme that is on Book Talk, Spooky. It's true. It's true. You have proof? What do you mean, Squid? What do you mean you have proof? Tell me. You need to tell me. You need to. Where's the link? Where's the proof? I need it. Oh my god. Operation Webcam is compromised. No! Scatter! Quick, run! The leak of... Honestly, if you went into Mine and Studies DMs, it would just be us sending screenshots of the characters we've just pulled in Vampire Gacha. Like, that's it. Or cat photos. Everything else is safe. Wait, no. The last one I sent to Ren was these two people. They got their voice actor husbands to read out specific parts of specific books, and they're just there like screaming. And I'm like, oh no. Yes. Compile it in a Google Doc, Squid. Get some like good like dirt on me, and I'll become famous with the thing. Just yeah, it'll be fine. That's how I get famous, guys. That's how I get famous. You guys dish up any dirt you can on me and then let it out into wild. Then I'll get commissions, then I'll become famous and rich. That's how it works, right? That's how it works. Forget the Iron Mouse artwork. No. Get some dirt on me. Let's give them some fingies. It's gonna cause them pain. They could die, but you know what? That's not my problem. Okay, never mind. They're not witches' fingers. Oh. God damn it. Brilliant idea. Milestone is the Katteru situation is crazy. It's just elite Google Doc of all the gacha pulls. If the fingies kill me, they kill me. I go to Valhalla. Exactly. Don't become anti. No, I wouldn't do that. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Nah. Would never do that. Why? No! No, I don't like it. Oh wait, we can only do one at a time. Oh, I see. The stars can just be anything. I see. Now, I'm either going to cheese halla or book halla. Either one's fine with me. We all know this. We all know. I'm going to one of them. Oh, well, that's not fair. Right? Oh. Cheese halla sounds great. Book halla sounds good too. Wait, no, Spooky. Have I DM'd you before on Discord? I have. Hold on, I need to show you something. I won't put it up on Twitch because I don't know what Twitch's thingies are like. Hold on. Let me do it while I remember. No, I'm gonna show you. Book halla is tempting too. Where is it? Is it in here? No, it's in my emotes folder. There it is. What? It's not too spicy for DMs? I think it's pretty tame. But I also don't know what Twitch is like. Hold on.
Lizard.
Okay, Discord is fine.
Lizard.
No. I will make these into actual emotes, guys, that we'll have on stream. You'll never know. Yes, please. No. Do I want to know? Yes, no, I do want to know. Tell me. Okay, I got my sanity back. I do need to go for an ad break though. I need to stand up properly. Hold on, Francesca. Please hold. I'm gonna let the ads run, guys. I will be right back. I'm back, guys. I return. Oh yeah. Okay. So we have. I don't have the witch's fingers. Finger. Witch's finger. Wait, where'd the finger go? Oh, it's here. Oh, I went mad, didn't I? You got bored of rioting? It makes me feel uneasy. I don't like it. That's me when I play horror games. Freaking moth-wide. Oh my god. Okay, okay, so we definitely have this one. Definitely have that, which is here. Oh, moth-wide? People can meme in here, within reason, obviously. Wait, High Green Church, can we go there? Number 4. Honestly, I think we need more meme emotes in this channel, to be honest. I think I'll definitely put them through BTTV. I think I'm gonna do one that Squid is used in, I think it might have been Discord, where the character, whoever they are, is holding up a sign and it will have something on the sign. A lot of them were like thighs and boobs. It's a combination of Pepega and Poggers. What is Pepega? What is that? Yeah. I want some sign emotes. But what I want to do is I also want to do I'm gonna do a bunch of your character here ones, I think. No, go for it. I literally Google these things. I either Google Twitch emotes or I see them from other people's channels and I'm like, let's go for it. So I want a sign. What else? I have a whole thing. Oh, I have one that sent it's just a creature being squished between thighs. What is this one? Oh, I see. What else do I have? I also have an ass one. I'm gonna do that one. I have a sus one that I want to do too. Where are the other emotes that I have that I want to do? Have another ass one. I have a lot. Do it, Spooky. Do it. Yeah, I have a few. I just need to do them. I do want to do a bunch of like your character here emotes for my VGN though at some point, I think. At one someday I'll do it. I'll do it. Like how right, so that was flagged for bullying, Spooky. But it was the part that said his collective shit. What's up, Tiny? Why you scream? Why you screaming? Yeah, I see you. What are you screaming for? What's up? What's up? A minute, I can't reach you over there. You're too far away. Come on, Danny. She's just gonna sit there. It is. It's gonna be so good. Oh. This could be it. What were those? What was, where are these? So there's a moon. That's metal, so. We've got the witch's sign here. So that could be it. Okay, so witch's finger isn't literally a finger. Okay, that might also kill them, but you know what? It's not my problem. Not my problem, guys. No problem. What does that mean? What? Closest to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. Why you scream? What's up, Tiny? What's up? Come on in. What's up? This cat. Swear to God. Go say something about, oh neat, a chess castle. What's up, Tiny? What's up? No, you can't scream at me and walk off. Can't help you if you do that. Oh, off she goes. Closer to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. She does want me to follow. She wants me to go and throw a toy. Could it be that? Nope. There is another church somewhere though. Close to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. Wait, hold up. The sun goes west to east, right? So it's going to be a building over this side. Could be Lock House. I ate 4 double cheeseburgers and now I'm bad. My stomach won't let me sleep despite being past 11 p.m. You know what? Don't regret it. Weaver, welcome on in. What? God damn it. No regrets. That's like me too. Like whenever me and Lydia grab like McDonald's or something, we're just like, you know what? Let's just buy like 5 burgers. Already read my stuff? Wait, how? How? What stuff? I mean, I put snippets up on my Blue Sky, but that's about it. Is that where they would have read it? That's the only place. I haven't posted it anywhere else. I'm scared now that someone's already seen my stuff. Okay, it's not Lock House. Close to the sunset, but further. Yeah. So it's gonna be on the east side. And by the looks of it, because it's a whole command just wait. Guys, don't. You'll make me cry. Great fans and stuff, so I want to put a past her anyways. No problem. Go to bed. That is totally cool. That is totally cool. Thank you so much for stopping by, Weevil. Oh wait, maybe it's not. Maybe it's one of the towers.
Moth.
Okay, so there's a symbol there. Gold leaf. Okay. I'm gonna pop them there. Where's that other one? Okay, so it's not that. That one is... I don't even know what that means. I don't even know. Oh my god. He is a little bit sus though. Is it the... this one? No. He cool. He cool, guys. Alright then. Teneban route. A cloak even. Single stone set in bronze gives power. Okay. Single stone. That, I believe, is bronze. That's gold. Never mind. The cat is not the answer, guys. Okay, this is bronze, but there isn't a stone in it. It could be that. Whoops. That could be something. Stone for dark purposes, but like, what does it mean by dark though? Oh, it could also be that too. Enveloping night. But that's gold, so it's not the cat statue. Oh wait, what about this one? That's also bronze. Nope, okay, cool, awesome. Oh, it was that one, okay. Oh, did he? I don't trust him. I don't trust him. How many things it's this? Nope. It's not that. Uh-oh. Pulse at the tip. I don't have anything like that. No, I did say that. I did say that, Toxicite. Did say that. See, that isn't evenly spaced holes. What about you? Oh, there we go. Ooh, graves. That's even better because you get paid for being a DJ. Wait, no, you guys are gonna make me cry because honestly, I was expecting like no one to buy this book, and like you guys are promoting it so much more than I am. I am just like, I don't know what to do. Critically acclaimed. Honestly, could you imagine if I could put that on my book? Critically acclaimed book. Just that. And like, I'm really worried about people actually like leaving reviews if they ever do, because I'm just there like, what if they say something mean? It's scary. Oh, your sister just came in. Pregnate. No, don't worry. No, I think that's right. Pregante. Right, okay. Her sister told us, was it you? Yeah. She told us not to give her anything bad. You know, I'm inclined to do so. Grace. Okay. Can I get pregnant? At this point, I don't actually say like the real word. It's just sort of like porgant stuff. Okay, they share that. They share the design of a shadow catcher, which would be similar to this, right? What's Corvin's Might? What does that do? It's an assassin's tool. Yo, what? Hi, Tiny. What you doing, Scurry? That's a slipper. See, it's not scary. What are you doing? Okay, she's getting a full-on sniff of this slipper because it scares her. What you doing? She's full-on getting her nose in there, and I don't know why. Tiny. Don't get your head stuck. Oh, I know why. She's after the loose string. You can't eat that. No, because I will not be taking you to the vets. You can't do this, Tiny. They're closed. We actually found something out about Scurry yesterday. In the tier list of what foods are tasty, peas rank lower than cat litter. Like, she will quite happily eat cat litter, but she will not eat a pea. Wait, no, I need to find that pea. There's a pea in my living room on the floor, and I don't know where it is. I gotta find it. Unless she ate it. Who knows? Seppi doesn't like turkey. Like, he was just licking it and stuff. They're not really a fan of veggies or anything. What you poofing for? Why you poof? Kitty peed on the carpet. We are children. Okay, I don't want that, because that she's gonna perish someone. So we need Gray's Grace. What was that? Looks like a shadow catcher. Wait, what does a shadow catcher look like? Even Barnes and Noble. Hopefully you got some good stuff, Ariel. That, honestly, I would love to go into Waterstones. I will in like 2 weeks. I'll do it, but I'm trying to save whatever money I've gotten for Christmas, just so I can save it for other books during the year. Same spooky, but I just go to my backyard and I'm like, shh, it's okay. Waterstones can't hurt you. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. These 6. Yo, nice. Honestly, I try and save all of them throughout the year. I think I have 30. No, I have specifically £30 and 3p to spend in Waterstones, but I think I might save them for like some pre-orders or something. Exactly, spooky. Exactly, it's true. If you do that, you can't hear it scream. Out of context, that sounds awful. We know what we're on about, guys. Can you say that closer? No. No, I can't. Wait, no, this looks like a shadow. Is this a shadow catcher? What is it? What is a shadow catcher? Is it like a dream catcher? But nightmares? If I do this wrong, I need to throw the dice again. No, I don't know whether it's like, is that like a specific thing? Okay, no, it was right. Cool. Awesome. Just let my wallet scream, it lulls me to sleep. Same. Oh, she's not happy about that. But that was a bad thing though. That was an assassin. That's an assassin thing. We don't want that. Okay, we're on day 8. And I've been going for almost 6 hours. Oh wow. I wasn't expecting that. And we might go and find someone to trade. I'm gonna start off this day and then we'll find someone. I do not know what I'm doing tomorrow. It's spooky! I hope Twitch doesn't see that title and is like, what? I hope not. It's fine though, it's fine. Could you imagine that's the reason I get like told off by Twitch to the word ball gagging or wallet? Ooh, this is a gravestone. Totally innocent. Exactly. Okay, no, we'll do this one. I need to do it. We need to look for the grave that looks like that. I wouldn't be able to. No, this is not accurate to my body type. My boobs would get stuck. I'm gonna be real. Ooh, that's pretty. Yeah, first world problems is just my boobs will get stuck. Okay, okay. Yeah, we're gonna go find someone to raid. Me having a lack of titties. They're a pain. They're more hassle than they're worth. They really are. We'll just leave it here because the main menu doesn't have music. There we go. Bouncing. Bouncing out of it. I am. I will no, you know what? Anything I say right now will be held against me. Imagine having one of the greatest things ever literally just attached to your chest and complain. No, you don't understand, guys. You don't understand. You don't understand. They're a blessing and a burden. Do you know that they just they're like, I don't want them, but also if I ever got rid of them, I would regret my choices. Like, you know, you can't sleep on your stomach. I'm gonna tell you that now, guys. You can't sleep on your stomach. They just get in the way. They're not comfortable. My back hurts all the time. But they're squishy, so all is forgiven. So it's all good. It's all good. At least your boobs will touch a wall. But exactly. But they squish and they jiggle. You can't. You gotta have the boob jiggle, like, you know. You gotta have it. You gotta. These don't jiggle that much. I'm not moving the right way. No, it won't do it. I can't swing my head around like that. That's gonna cause problems. Yet, exactly. Soon, I will have, like, when I finally get a new model, I will have all of the rigging in the boobs. Like, nothing else will move. It'll just be the boobs. So, Tisha, I bet my brains would be appreciated more if I jiggled, if they jiggled gently when I walk. That's so good. That's so good. I love it so much. I love that so much. Okay, we're gonna go raid someone. We're gonna go raid Mish. I don't get to raid Mish that often because I usually finish before she starts streaming. I don't know what she's doing today. I'm not entirely sure. Why is Twitch so blurry? Is Twitch shit? Yes. There we go. I too like the titties. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like, you know, I just the titty good. This is why I got into a rope and massage technique. I can help with the boob pain with support and restoration of the muscles. Professional, right? Exactly. Okay, we're going over to Mish. Those are your raid messages. If you are subbed and if you are not subbed, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, guys. Honestly, this week has been, I just do what I feel like. I might do some art. I might do some more of this, or I might just do another game. I don't know. I'll ask in Discord, see what you guys want to do. I kind of want to play Silent Hill. I won't lie. I kind of want to do that, but I don't know how long I'll be able to play that for because mentally that's going to be a struggle. But we'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, Silent Hill. Honestly, I do want to play the newest one, Silent Hill F, but not for £70. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to pay that much for it. So we've got Silent Hill 2. I think I'm halfway through the hospital, so we'll figure it out. But anyway, we're gonna go and raid Mish. I'm not quite sure what she's doing today yet. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming on today. Hope everybody has a nice weekend if I do not see you in tomorrow's stream. And I will see you guys in the next stream. Bye-bye.